Let's make sure you can hear me. Okay, that's good. Now we can add in. I would have done this before, but I was going to do a writing stream and oh, that did not work. We ended up with it. Okay, let's remove this. Try that now. There we are. I need to figure out where the pen's gone. I thought I knew right where it was, but obviously the pen decided to take on a life of its own and hide somewhere. So I am trying to put away the drying tablet for now. I will find the pen after the stream, and so that we can do drying tomorrow. Thank you for those who've joined so far. Even before I got a chance to get everything set up, let's do one thing quickly before I start sharing it. And this is something that was recommended by yeah. Okay, that should hopefully prevent people from having to watch the ad for a little while. It had been recommended by Kid Kazma. So I had someone yesterday ask or say I shouldn't change based on viewers and on the number of viewers, and I get that. I actually, a big part of the reason I wanted to change was the fact that I am open. You know, I didn't care what time we went live, and I was sad that I was missing a lot of my friends, and I knew with school starting that things would be changing for everyone else, not just me. And where I had times when I could go live otherwise, and it would be the very same for me, and actually might make it easier because it was getting to the point I was going to start stressing a bit more. I was going to have to, one, change when I went live, period, on Wednesdays within the next, before the beginning of September. Because the way I had it set up was not going to work with my schedule anymore. It just, there's no way it was going to continue working with my schedule for Wednesdays. So that was going to have to change. Um, I also was thinking it would be nice to maybe, you know, to figure something else out because David is going to need to be picked up at 1:30 many times. And that would also obviously cause issues because if I went live at 1 every day and I had to pick David up at 1:30, it would mean our only choice for going live would be online, or not online, on my phone. And that would mean no more art streams, no more writing streams, whatever else. So for those who are concerned that I may have changed just because people were asking me to, I didn't do that. I A big part of it, like I said, was all the it was a combination of everything where people were asking me to, and I knew that I wanted to still do writing streams for you guys, and I knew that my son was going to be needing to, by the end of the month, be picked up at a time, at a different time that, or yeah, at a time that would overlap with the stream enough that would make it that there was no way I could go live at the time I have been going live. And so when you put it all together, it just made sense to say, okay, you know what? School's starting and changing. Let's go live. Oh, I forgot to share to my kids. Let's go live at a time when more of my friends that I want to meet with can, but that also works within the schedule of things I have. So the one negative about this is not every day will we be able to stay live constant, like till I feel like I'm completely done. There may be some days where I have to say, okay, we've been live for a while. I have this activity or something, so I've got to go. David, during the until the beginning, end of September or end of August, beginning of September, I think it's the 30th, his class starts. He may get out at like 11 to 12 rather than 1:30. So we may have to stop a bit early for those days, earlier than we would. Not guaranteed, but we may have to. The benefit of it is that we can, some days if we choose, go live with the phone. before an event starts and be live as it starts. Um, I have heard and I do understand that my internet is with the phone is bad. I don't know what to do there. If anyone has suggestions on a way I can improve those streams, I would love to hear it. I will say I do not want to totally give up on those streams because that's been the basis. That's why I started streaming in the first place, was to stream those. So for me to say, no, I'm not going to do those anymore, to me feels disingenuous to what we're actually, to why. So I came here so I can show you guys this page. I talked about it yesterday, I believe, and I told um, Kid Casma about it. But I figured if I pull it up and I show you guys, that's probably the best. So it's the Extra Life. I'm trying to look up because I know I got a thing saying, okay, it must be this one. It must have. Okay, if we earn $150 before the end of the month. So I was wrong. It's not 100, it's 150. But I get the dice set. Um, as you can see, Mindy has said she'll join us on a Saturday stream for $5. $10 is choose my game for the day, or a daytime for me to go live excluding Sunday. This is for those who may want to watch and may not like the time I'm going live. This is go live. Mindy and I play a game you guys choose the game and the time to go live, write a story on stream, and you choose what the background is. So as you can see, it's for Primary Children's Hospital in Utah, and it would be nice if, yeah, if we can get help towards that. Now I'm going to put in the chat. Nope, if it's extra. There is the link. So you can use that to figure out and go from, or to, if you are willing to donate some, and I would appreciate it. Now let's go continue writing. So what I'm doing right now is I'm just letting it go because honestly, Um, I can't pull it down all the way yet. Okay, now I can. So rather than us just waiting for me, I was able to do it that way. And for my newer viewers who aren't aware, I originally was going live more at this time, and I adjusted because it wasn't working for me at the time. Actually, it was in 2 hours from now. But this is actually the time I originally planned to go, or, kind of closer to the time I originally liked to go live. So, to me, it just works. It does work a lot better, which I know the huge time change may seem unusual, that this would work better. But with kids in school, and so my son is old enough that if he had his driver's license, he could take himself. But the thing is he doesn't have his driver's license, and I do like my time in the mornings with him. So really, part of what I'm doing is just adjusting it so I can do one of the things I really want to do. So it will also allow me, if I can ever find a job, um, my feelings are, and I'm going to be honest, that I would prefer a job that has varied hours, that I can maybe work in the middle of the night or things like that when I can't sleep. Um, I have put in applications at 2 places, and we'll see what happens. But in the meantime, let's get going. So, Thank you for everyone joining. Okay, let's see. I need to figure things out. I know of the two. There we are. I don't know what the difference is, so we're going to do all of the Japan cities. Because I haven't decided where in Japan she is. Let alone where her parents are. One more or two more. Well, it's going to give us four more. So, okay, now let's go to. We don't want Colorado. We want. Yeah, I get that, Kid Chasma. Hopefully, though, once you aren't in school anymore, this time works better for you. Okay, all of Japan is the same. And so Japan, and then, so I was right. Okay. look at Jade! Yay, you made it! Does this time work better for you? I totally understand. Actually, good. As I was saying at the beginning of this stream, one of the reasons, so there's a few reasons I needed to change times. One, I was going to have to change my Wednesday stream anyway. There's no way around it. That I have PT that was going to start at times that it was going to either have to go earlier or later. It wasn't going to work at the time I had it. And so that was a concern. Another is by the 30th, my son was going to get out about half an hour after I was supposed to go live. So that would take out all writing and all art streams. I didn't like that idea. And I was missing a lot of my viewers. Kid Kazma had said is gonna his school classes are such that he wouldn't be able to be around. You, it was a really bad time for you. Professor Oakwood had said he wanted to stop by, but he never had a chance because of the time. So basically, a lot of my viewers, it wasn't working for, and so I I wanted a time that would hopefully be able to allow me to have interaction with you guys more because I look at you and I feel you're my friend, and I know, and for anyone questioning if I was doing something with friends and all of our schedules changed to where the time we had planned wasn't working anymore, I would look for another time to do it. And so that's the way I look at it, is it wasn't working for me, it wasn't working for you guys. If I had to readjust, I might as well readjust to when I can be with my friends versus when I can't be. It just, to me, makes sense to do it that way. And so this way, hopefully, we can get more of my friends in, and that means even I don't care if it's only one person. You've seen that, Jade, that I enjoy if there's just one person in here to talk to, if just one of my friends is in every day. I don't care. But it had hit the point where we didn't have as many people able to show up, to where there were days I had no one in. And yeah, so there's that. Hi, Mick. Cool. Thank you for dropping in and joining. So today we're working on writing the story. I was going to do art today, but something happened to my drawing pen and I need to find it. I think it may have dropped somewhere weird. So and I didn't have time. So I figured would write today, and then we can draw tomorrow. Because I think Community Day is going to be one of the more boring days. It usually ends up that way. So, and this way, another thing so back to what I was saying, Jade, another thing about it is also Brett was starting to feel kind of left out. Because he'd get home from work and want to talk to me, and I'd be streaming. Well, this way, I can stream, have fun with my friends, and then we can I can spend time with him, get everything done I needed to. I'm glad you're excited, Mick. I'm not gonna say I'm professional, but I will say that I had teachers who did tell me from the time I was in high school on that I should major in writing and that I should grow up to be a writer. So, actually, the way this started, Jade knows the story, but I'll tell it for you. My stream wanted to see what I meant by when I did my first drafts and turned them in. I had some teachers get upset because I was turning in what they felt was a final draft. And they thought I'd done tons of revisions to it to get it to that point. And so and I was like, I would always turn in the first thing I finish because I make adjustments as I write. And the stream wanted to see, and so I agreed to write a short story, but I'm a discovery writer. So I came up with a thought it was going to be a short story, wouldn't, and we've been writing it for a few months. And we're over 100 pages into this short story. And by short, I'm doing these symbols, the quotation mark symbols. It didn't end up being a short story. And yes, Jade, I think it's going to be a good change for everyone, help everyone out. So, and I think it'll refresh, and it's good to make changes once in a while. So I didn't major in literature. I got my bachelor's in community health, and if my brain would still work enough, then I would um sorry, brain fart for a minute. Oh, then I would be getting my master's in human resources. But it's not, and so I'm just having fun. Quick rundown of the plot. Okay, so our idea is that Newt and those who had studied werewolves in the past had actually only run across what are known as rogue werewolves, those not who were not part of a werewolf pack. And there are werewolves in packs, and they can shift whenever they want. Hence, our Amy. Um, Let me quickly pull up Amy so you can see her. If you notice, and I'm not sure if that's big enough that you can see, but she has a waning or waxing moon behind her. The key with that is they can shift whenever they want. However, they don't go crazy. They don't go after humans. They don't lose who they are when they shift, even if it's on the full moon or whatever else. They're actually just, they retain that humanity. Um, a lot of times they're born with a little bit extra speed, being able to see a little bit better, smell a little bit better, things like that. But they're not, they can walk around us and we have no, yeah, very much like an animagus thing. Except their senses are a little bit more heightened, and they can communicate through a mind link with other pack members the distance they can communicate varies on if they are human or different things, like if they're in their human form, their wolf form, if it's the full moon or not, things like that. So a member of this pack, well, to go back, some werewolf cubs that had been conceived on the full moon, they were born as wolves, smart wolves, and had been let go in the forbidden forest. The way I see it, if they had been born into a pack, they would have been born human in their human form rather than their wolf form, and they would have been, and whether they either would have been squibs or would have come into their magic later in life. I don't know if her mom's going to come into magic later in life. Her mom or one of her uncle or her uncle, or yeah, her mom or her uncle. I think there's only the two of them. So the pack happened to be living in the forest at the time because they moved around as they were discovered. If they thought they were about to be discovered, they'd move somewhere else to stay hidden from the world. They had dealings with the outside world, but they never wanted the pack house found. And so if the fact that they were werewolves was about to be discovered, they'd move to a different place. And they owned all these different places in forests in the UK. And so they just moved between. Well, Amy was born with magical powers. And she did some magic at the beginning of the book and whatever, that just like, you know, all kids born with magical powers do. And then she gets invited to Hogwarts and finds out about werewolves, how magical people think werewolves, etc. And Newt has already kind of run across this pack, but then they disappeared. And it was at the same time Amy had protected her pack with magic without knowing what she was doing. And so basically the premise is that Amy wants to change the view of werewolves, and part of that is helping people like Lupin. Yeah. And I saw that. I was getting to that. So yeah, according to the way I see it, Lupin and those who are forced to become werewolves because they haven't known about the pack have had it really rough. And Amy is trying to help them. Some things that she's going to be doing is creating a satellite pack in the UK. They are in the UK, but there's going to be so many. There's going to be enough werewolves between those that they already have. They already have a little bit of a full pack, but they're able to run it. But to add in too many more is going to, there's no way they can fit in all the werewolves that would want to join from the UK and be able to really run the pack successfully. So they're going to split into a pack and a satellite pack. What the satellite packs do is the alpha of that pack answers to the alpha of the main pack, and they run with the same rules and whatever, but kind of like you have your major companies in the world that own smaller companies. The smaller companies are ruled by the big companies, but are also let do a lot of their own things. And yes, she's going for werewolf rights, things like that. So she's already Um, they actually have one person that they had join her pack during Christmas break. Actually, it was December 12th to 13th, that full moon. And they're from Japan, and they're doing research into setting up a pack in Japan. Then Amy and her family and her best friend went to America. And this is the part that Jade doesn't really know either. So the first day, they they started the beginning of starting a pack in northern Utah, a satellite pack. Um, the second day, she went to McCusa and met with the McCusa president, Rose Mick Deadflies. Found out Rose actually has a brother who was made into a werewolf and is actually living in Utah. So, and on her way there, she smelled another werewolf that she knew was a rogue in the hotel they were staying at and let her dad know about. So, those two um, have been included in her pack. One is going to be the beta of the pack. They're starting in Utah. While she was with Rose, Rose realized her strength and agreed to teach her the Fidelius charm and protection charms so that she can actually cast them on pack houses throughout the world. Wherever they have a pack, or, where her pack is, and on the satellite pack, she'll be able to go set up the protections without needing to have an adult go with her. And Rose actually gave her a straight up license to, even though she's underage, use whatever magic she feels she needs to, wherever she wants to, without getting in trouble, wherever she wants to in America, in the USA, covered by MACUSA, to use magic without getting in trouble for underage magic. And Amy had not want to go through the steps of getting her wand, um, getting a wand permit in America. So she had left her wand behind, and Rose actually had her go get her wand, like send her through the Flu Network to go get her wand, because Rose felt that she deserved her wand, because to have her wand with her, and because of everything she was doing. And then she led her friend's family around New York, because her friend's family are all magical. The next day, they headed to Ilvermorny, and when Rose walked in, which doesn't usually happen, all of a sudden the sorting started, and she was actually chosen by all four of the houses. And then, but it was said that and then it became, I think the statue spoke, I can't remember, but basically it became clear she was being given honorary student status at Ilvermorny. Um, she ended up meeting with the Ilvermorny headmaster and found out that there were werewolves attending there, and he had been doing things to try and help the werewolves that were attending. Only one of them was stayed over the holiday break, and Amy met with her and found out she was in threadbare clothes, the works. Basically, it was found out her parents, while she was at home, from the time she was bitten on, they locked her in a room and wouldn't let her out They had tried to put her up for adoption, but Makusa had stepped in, like put her up for adoption or in a um, orphanage, and Makusa had stepped in and said, "No, no way." And the way I see it, they were really rich, and she has an older brother. And basically, most of the magical world now only knows about her brother. No, they basically were in a way told she died. They've kept her hidden from the world since she was bitten, and just were downright mean, like extremely, extremely mean to her. Basically, the opposite of what Amy's experienced growing up. And Amy didn't like it. And Amy basically said, I don't care what we have to do. We're going to find a way to get you out of that. That's not appropriate behavior, anything else. And so Amy is actually, because in werewolf packs, whoever is the alpha will frequently adopt children who are, yeah, she's been through a lot. And the alpha of a pack will usually, if something like this happens, would usually adopt that person, even if they're the same age as them. If they're underage, they would adopt the person. And so Amy actually, she's the future alpha of her pack, and so she is trying to find out if there's any way that Makusa will allow her to adopt this girl so that she can give her the life she deserves. And well, so Amy actually, she's like, no, I'm not letting you. She made her a member of her pack and then said, because I'm your alpha, even though I haven't adopted you, and even though we haven't got any adoption through or whatever else, you're a member of the pack, and no member of my pack is going to live like this. So she planned to take her shopping before they went to lunch. Well, she planned to take her shopping. Then William, the Pukwudgie, who lives at Ilvermorny, one of the Pukwudgies who lives at Ilvermorny, showed her room, which actually is connected to each of the four different dorms. It has, through a statue in each of the dorms, you can enter her room. But the only people that can enter her room are those she's given permission to while she's there. So then from there, uh, William brought in some Ilvermorny robes that she sensed magic on, and they went to lunch. She got in them and they went to lunch. Lunch had not even, they sat down and all of a sudden Amy heard a commotion and realized something bad was happening. She got the Pukwudgies to keep everyone in the room while she snuck out. She locked the door behind her in a way that, and asked the Pukwudgies to keep them in, and teleported or not teleported, it's apparated to a pack she knew of nearby. And she'd been apparating since the time she was little. And she'd actually apparated to this pack house once before, actually into the pack house, but this time to not raise alarm, she apparated right outside. But she had stopped apparating when she was 8 and only just started recently. And she didn't think about the fact that she had been able to operate from Ilvermorny. She just had to get there. And yeah, so she pulled the pack in, or got the pack's help. Her pack member, Rose's brother, came. She sent Orca, she has a pet phoenix, which is named Orca. She sent Orca to go get Rose's brother, and he quickly showed up because he'd been to Ilvermorny. So, and he'd, like any kid, he'd explored the areas around, not just in Ilvermorny's grounds. So he was able to operate close enough without being seen by the other people, by the fighting that was happening, without getting caught up in the fighting that was happening. Yep, Pet Phoenix. And um, he went and put charms on the house and basically protected the women and those who were staying behind, so that all of those who could fight could go with Amy. They all shifted to werewolf form, and Amy led them into the fight. The fight was actually against Fenrir and a bunch of rogue werewolves he had put together. Amy showed them how to overcome the werewolves, because so all of the rogue werewolves are actually magical werewolves, unless they've been kicked out of a pack. Because if a person is bitten by if a muggle, a nomad, whatever you want to call it, is bitten by a werewolf, they die. The only ones who live are those either one who want to join a pack, generally because they've fallen in love with a member of the pack, so they want to become a werewolf. So they want the only nomads nomads or muggles that live from the bite are those who want to become a werewolf. Otherwise, if you're bitten and you live, you're magical, because it takes that extra strength to be able to live through that bite. So all these rogues are all magical. Amy shows them to to stay hidden and attack the wand arm of the person and knock them out, so that they stay safe. And then she attacks the person who's doing the most damage, and it actually wasn't Fenrir, it was someone else. And he goes to switch his she attacks rushes through, and because it's such a shock to see a wolf rush through, they don't, and it's obviously not the full moon, it's in the middle of the day. They don't register she's a werewolf. So rushes through, bites his wand arm. He goes to reach for the wand with his other hand because he's actually ambidextrous. But Amy had kind of sensed this and attacks his other arm and knocks him out at the same time and breaks his wand. And then, knowing that she needs to do something else, and she's obviously given away the element of surprise, though the shock of that stopped everyone that wasn't a werewolf for a few seconds. So they were able to get a little bit more of the upper hand. But Amy then apparates to on top of a flat tower and starts making the weeds grow, which was how she had actually saved her pack. She then just thinks of how she saved her pack and kind of thinks of the same thing happening. and the weeds start growing around the people. And right about the same time, people from the ministry start showing up because Amy had Rose's brother contact Rose and tell her only bring people who you trust to tell them to not attack any wolves that are fighting. And she told the werewolves that people would be showing up that were not werewolves. And so, and she had Rose's brother tell Rose not to bring anyone who was werewolves. This way, you don't have enemy fire. They were able to distinguish. The werewolves could sense who was a werewolf, so they attacked all the werewolves. And the magical people showing up could attack anyone that was in their human form, because she told all the werewolves to stay in their werewolf form. Amy operated to the top of the tower and started the weeds growing. They quickly had been able to overcome everyone. While Amy was getting the pack, the Pukwudgies had been the ones protecting Ilvermorny, but there had just been so many, the Pukwudgies weren't going to be able to control the attack enough. So between them all, they overcame this group. Then Amy and Rose took them into a room. The werewolves and the wizards, once all the rogue werewolves were under control, took them into a room. The way I see it, Fenrir actually, as he realized they were going to lose, apparated, and a few others. But in general, they got them all. Uh, um, so they took them all into a room in Ilvermorny and basically shared about werewolf packs and about magic. And between the day before and this day, Rose had pushed through a law that allowed certain werewolf packs to be told about magic. They would be given a special, they would be MACUSA approved werewolf packs, basically, is the idea, to where those packs magical beings could join those packs. This was so that anyone who was magical and werewolf, there's a lot of this happening in the US. And so just because of everything, there's more packs, there's more infighting between the packs, more people being kicked out for out of packs for inappropriate reasons, which makes more rogues that are human or nomad or muggle. But at the same time, that also means more people are attacked, etc. So being able to have packs to help, they're going to need way more than they are in the UK. So this pack that is actually just an ally of Amy's was made the first pack in the US. In this pack actually is the person that Amy wants to make the alpha of her new pack. So once the fight was over, Amy then, it didn't take a long time. So they had, it ended around started around 12, ended at like 1:30. Amy hurried and ate for about half an hour. Then took Katie, the werewolf that was treated like crap, shopping, and bought her like brand new everything. And just loaded her up. her, you know, the amount of stuff she bought her, thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars worth of stuff. Um, as an idea, 7 different wand pouches because she wanted her to be able to match her wand pouch to her outfit. Um, just the works. Totally took care of her. And um, had it all delivered to Ilvermorny and then went back home and had a very relaxing considering Sunday before they headed back. Like all of this literally happened. They left on, so Monday she had spent a day with her mom shopping. Tuesday she spent a day at the spa with Lily and Laura, her best friends, and her mom. They flew out on Wednesday. We're flying all day Wednesday. Thursday was their relaxation day and the day that Amy worked on starting the process for a satellite pack in Utah. Friday was Makusa. Saturday was Ilvermorny. Sunday, they actually went and saw the lights at Temple Square and went to church and whatever. Monday, they flew back. Tuesday was Christmas Eve. Wednesday was Christmas. So this is actually happening into 2019. Some of the things we've done to make sure we know what's going on, we actually have the weather for the different days in the different areas. So we are actually done with this one. We're done with this one. We know when the full moons are. Everything else, we are going to end up dealing with the fact that COVID's going to hit. um, Wizards Unite is actually present in this world. And what Wizards Unite is it actually allows those who had not quite enough, who were magical, but not quite enough to attend a wizarding school. It pulled out their magic and focused it so they can help return foundables because there's way too many out there. And they needed help. They couldn't just rely on um, magical beings to return them. They needed extra help. So they actually put a spell on Wizards Unite that those who really like those who like to play the game enjoy it and enjoy the experience and everything. Are We will see what happens there. I don't know yet what's going to happen with COVID there, but with Wizards Unite, those who enjoy playing it, whatever else, are actually ones who have some magic, who are magical to at least some degree. Um, and it's actually a spell that had been cast on. It's a adapted spell. They found out that Cursed Child had a spell put on it that made it to where it totally wasn't understandable. And Laura's mom was actually in charge of Muggle relations, and she was the one who adapted the spell to make it so that the only people who would be drawn to the game were those who had some magic to them. So that's about where we're at. We're on Christmas Day right now. So talking about Katie is the fact that um, Katie's the one who was treated like crap. And Amy's going to basically is turning her life around, but I think we're going to hear about her brother that I'm hoping by the time school starts at Ilvermorny, I'm hoping that by the time school starts at Ilvermorny, Katie's actually been adopted into Amy's pack, if not adopted completely by Amy. So that when her brother, current brother, who by hopefully by that time will be her ex-brother, gets back to school and sees everything she has, he can't do anything. His parents can't do anything because they've already given her up. And so, and the way I see, oh, you think Draco was bad. Yeah, I think we're going to experience yeah, we're going to see someone who is mean, but basically ends up with the rug pulled out from under him. So, so that's where we're at right now. And Lily is Amy Ray, yeah, except I don't know if he's going to be redeemed. Draco to some point was redeemed. And I like the idea of a redemption story, but I don't sense that's going to happen with her brother, with Katie's brother. I really sense that in many ways he's similar to Bellatrix, but not doing it out of love. And one thing I've said is that as I'm writing, if you have an idea you'd like to see maybe come as part of the story, throw it out. I love to hear them. And sometimes they work their way in. One thing that I recently ran across, like literally last night or this morning, I can't remember which, but ran across on Facebook. Um, I'm trying to find it. Here it is. Uh, a One of the kids sometime, this would be funny to put in, but I don't know. But it was Wingardium Leviosa Potter. You were named so that every time a teacher yells at you, they're going to make stuff fly around. Your mother wanted to call you Fred, but I thought this would be more true to his memory. And I'm kind of thinking that may slip its way in somehow. Whether it's George's son, Fred, is actually named Wingardium Leviosa, or what. Just because could totally see George pulling something like that. Whether it's as a nickname or what, but I could see that writing its way. I could totally see that writing its way in. And obviously, Amy's too young. Amy and Lily are too young for that to happen. I really don't think we're going to be writing about their kids in this. But yeah, so some of, and I do go into detail. We actually have a schedule for the whole Christmas break for Amy. And then we have, I know what each one of the teachers are doing, or not doing, what we have each one of the teachers' name now. We actually, we have had, the last time I was writing, someone asked that we have our DA, and our potions teacher be in a relationship and somehow connected with Amy. So, what of this we're going to find out? We will see. I don't know for sure, but we'll see. And this teacher, Amy's eventually probably going to run across, we'll see, but they're kind, caring, with a huge personality. She's already met Neville, and actually, Neville was the one to tell her about Hogwarts. Then we have, I literally have what every single year is doing at what time in each different house. That she wanted the teacher to be goofy, and so we have a DADA teacher that's goofy. So we will see what happens there. I have this in because Amy will be going to visit the Weasleys over the break. Potters and Weasleys. The way I see it, the Potters are staying with the Weasleys over for part of the break. So she's, whether it's one day or all of them, I'm not sure. She's going to go to Baxton's um, sometime while she's there. Yeah, I didn't write that. That came from JKR, but I'm going to stay true to it because I think that's only fair to JKR to stay true to as much as I can of what she said. I think there are some things where I've kind of adjusted it without meaning to. Well, obviously, there's some things because in her mind, werewolves are all evil, and we are saying they aren't. So, but I think I saw one thing that I went, oh crap, well, oh, I know what it is. She said Fox would never come back. And actually, for St. Nick's Day, Fox did come back for Lily because Fox and Orca, it seems, have some sort of relationship going on. And because of the relationship Lily has with Harry and Dumbledore, and then the relationship she has with Amy, Fox returned. That's the only part so far Fox has played, but Fox returned. So, Sounds good, Orchid Jade. So whenever I get quiet, I try to watch the chat, but I'm usually typing then and thinking. Please feel free to even then talk to me because I'd love to hear ideas, everything else. That's fine. I just thought I'd mention it. Glad you're back, Orca. Jade. Isn't that the way with cats? You feed one and everyone in the vicinity shows up? Oh, also for anyone watching, if you can't see what I'm typing, in other words, if you have a full sentence at the bottom and I'm not talking or anything, it's likely that I'm typing. Just tell me scroll down. One other thing while I'm thinking about it, that was spelled wrong. Come on, put my hand in the right place so it comes across there. We have a safety command that if you are feeling unsafe in any way or not happy with behavior, whether it's the way I'm acting, if you're uncomfortable, whether it's the things I'm saying, the way I'm acting, what someone else in the chat is saying, or the way they're acting, or if it's even in your personal life and you need help, drop the bop into the chat. Um, Me or one of the mods will get with you to find out what's going on. We'll whisper you and do what we can to help you. I say that because I happen to know that at times we may be talking about things that can be uncomfortable for people, and I'd love to know if it's making you uncomfortable. Um, and there's times I'll get on my high horse and when I shouldn't. And as I've said before in the chat, I want to stop that early. I've seen my my parents get a bit more, my parents, my grandparents, whatever, get more and more judgmental as they got older. And I want that stopped early on. I don't want to end up that way. So just in general, it's a way if you're ever feeling unsafe in what's going on in your real life, it can be a way you can ask for help, even if you don't feel you can say anything in a way that most people could hear. Um, if you, if it's in chat or things like that, and my feeling is everyone, including the streamer, should be held to the same standards, and so that's why I say if I'm doing it, bop me, you know. And you don't have to say who you're bopping. You can just bop. If it is me, it would help if you would say bop and put my name so that I will know for sure that it is directed towards me for what's going on at the time. Um, so that I can look at it and figure out what to do. You are also will allowed to and kind of actually encouraged to drop the bop at other times so that people feel that, Orchid Jade's really good at this. She'll just bop me out of the blue here and there, and sometimes, and it's just as a joke. And I encourage that too, because that also allows us to make people feel more comfortable using the bop command. That we probably will check with you, or we'll check with you unless you make it very clear you're just having fun. But it makes it even safer if people are also bopping just to have fun. So that way it's a way, one, if we see the bop and we know you and you don't make it clear you're just having fun, we can check with you and you can say, hey, I was just joking this time. And we're fine with that. But then if something is happening, it's a way you can tell people without having to worry about it. And me, you can always also whisper me or the mods, and we will get to it either during or after the string. So back to what I was saying. Hi, crafting with Ray. How are you doing? I'm okay. So I'll tell you a little bit of what I told everyone else earlier in the chat. I'll say it again. The time change happened for a few reasons. One, I was missing my friends and I wanted to be with them. And all of my friends' schedules were changing enough between work and school and everything that the time wasn't good for them. On top of that, the time wasn't going to keep working as well for me. Um, PT times are changing, so Wednesday's 3 o'clock wasn't going to work. I was going to have to go before or after, and so Wednesday was going to get screwed up. But then on the at the beginning of September, it was going to get screwed up, and but also on the 30th of August, my son starts a class that gets over at 1:30. About is when he'd need picked up. Well, that would just totally screw with me starting at 1 o'clock and being able to do writing or art streams or anything but streams on my phone. So I needed a new time. So I did put out the poll in Discord, which actually reminds me, if anyone's interested that's in the channel that hasn't heard, I share a Discord with a few creative streamers. And so when I have polls I want to do to find out if we want, some days I'll finish Wizards Unite early or things like that. I have given myself more days than to work on it that I actually need. I'll put polls in the Discord. Hi, Jess. Thanks for joining. So I'll put polls in the Discord saying to ask what people would like to see. I had put the poll in to find out what time would work, of what times worked for me, what times would work for other people. 9, 10, 11, and 12 all got the same votes, and I figured 9 o'clock would be the best because then the days my son ends at 11 to 12, I can get a few hours in. The days he goes until 1:30, which will be starting in about 10 days, I can get even longer in. So just as I was saying, literally right before you popped in, and I know we talked about this a little bit, but also part of the schedule change was the fact that my son is going to need to be picked up at 1:30 Monday through Thursday. And so the only way I could stream those days would be on my phone unless I changed the time. And so this way, so the 2 was a 1-2 if you look, so it was 12, crafting with Ray. Anyway, so this way we could hit the longest time to stream. And I could do my writing streams and my art streams and stuff. So, and I totally get it. They didn't have a 12, an 11 or 12 option. They only had the 10. And so, yeah. And I couldn't have done 2 because where he gets out at 1:30, that's where that issue was. I'm sorry about the headache, Jess. I hope things calm down. Let's put it that way. I don't know how to put that better than, yeah. You'll understand what I mean by that. Let's see. Thank you, Milkman. Now I know you said your name earlier. And of course, my brain is farting because I was in the middle of about to tell Harry Potter what's happening with Mick. I knew it was similar. You may have to remind me. I hate to say it, but I'll know people have been in my chat, but I'm not the greatest. That works. I'm not the greatest with names. I mean, I know they've been in the chat. I'm the same with faces. I'll see you and I'll know I know you from somewhere, but I won't have a clue where I know you from. So, ooh, I want to hear this story. Milk incident. Ah, I get that. You can't be a mom and not have experienced that at some time. Anyone who hasn't been a mom, I'll tell you right now, you will eventually end up with spilled milk as they try to do things for themselves. Well, I will say though, Jade, the difference between spilled milk, what? The difference between spilled milk, um, as a when you're first learning, and the difference between spilled milk as an adult often means a lot more spill when you're younger. But if it only splashed, that sounds pretty good. I've had the jug slip out of kids' hands, or them not be able to tip it back up to stop the pour. Jade, that's cool. I personally think that's the best way to do it. I don't like, I'll be honest, when parents are the the idea that some parents have here in the US that kids should never be required to do anything until they're like in their teens or older. Um, when my kids were growing up, I did have some parents complain that I would ask them to pick their clothes up off the floor and put them in the dirty clothes when they were like 3 or 4. That I would ask them to help me make their bed. That I would let them, if they wanted, to get dressed themselves and wear whatever they got dressed in, as long as it was appropriate. Um, and would let them choose their own clothes. That when they were 10 to 12, I taught them to do their own laundry and ask them to start helping with it. Different things like that. So things that really they're old enough physically and mentally to be able to do. Um, and usually it was things like, so my kids were pulling laundry out of the dryer with me, but out of the dryer when they were, 12 months old. Now, I would always be there with them, but if they're going to try and help, my feeling was I'll let them help. It may not end up the way I would prefer it, and I'll take the opportunity to teach if something needs to change a little bit. But I never understood stopping a kid who's trying to help you, just telling them they can't help. But I do know parents around here in the US, sadly, who think that that's child abuse to allow your kid who's trying to help you and wants to help you, and it's something safe like if the door to if they can't get to the dryer without you there, but then when you're there they want to help you pull out the clothes. I couldn't understand that. Why wouldn't you allow them to help pull out the clothes so that when they're older they understand how to do things? But it's the same kids, I hate to say it, who then hit 18 and don't have a clue how to do anything. Exactly. It teaches them what they need to know. Yes, there are certain things like you wouldn't tell even a 2 or a 3-year-old that they have to empty the dryer by themselves. You would never do that. Like, because you wouldn't want them to be able to accidentally get stuck in the dryer. But to do it with your supervision, I feel is, maybe at 3 with supervision. Younger, obviously, you're going to be helping them. But totally, if they have the physical and mental ability, exactly. And I personally think that's the way it should be. You know, it's, and I have heard, I will say, Jess, I've heard that there's a difference in the way between the UK and the US in child rearing with that. I've heard it's a lot more acceptable in the UK for kids to be given jobs, and kind of, from what I've understood, it's actually kind of expected. Whereas here, it's actually a little bit more seen as actual child abuse to give them any jobs. The parent should actually be the one. And sorry, I'm gonna get off that because that's a pet peeve of mine, and I will end up on my own little rant, huge rant, not little rant. And Jade will be bopping me if I keep on it. See, I told you. And I get that, but this one would become not just a parenting rant, it literally would become a rant about policies and beliefs in the US. And it would end up just this huge to do, both with government and everything else. and we don't need to go down that rabbit hole. That's why I stopped, because it literally, that parenting rant is a rabbit hole for me. And it's not one we want to go down, trust me. I'll just put it that way. Oh, that's to put it mildly. That's all I'll say, Jade, is me getting violent verbally would is with that rabbit hole can be very, yeah, I will get violent verbally. I totally get that, Jess. I'll just say that, yeah, that happens here too. If Steph were here, I think I'd let Steph take over the rant because she knows it. But yeah, let's just say that here there have been cases in the U.S. of kids who have bitten other kids, been put in timeout, just timeout, nothing else, for the quote, quote, approved timeout amount of time, which is their age in minutes, and gotten in trouble for it. And I'm talking kids of like 3, 4, 5 years old. Um, yeah, some of the problems that happen even in kindergarten here, which is 5 and 6 year olds. I don't get how a kid could get to that point and have that type of behavior. Yeah, that basic idea. They can't do timeouts, can't. Some of them were actually got in trouble from removing the one kid from near the other kid. Hi, Miss Valentina. Thanks for joining. Yeah, I really appreciate it, Miss Valentina. So if anyone doesn't understand what Discord she's talking about, this is a great Discord for um, female streamers to get support. And they're really good about watching, about trying to come in. Um, Come in and support everyone when they can, everything like that. Yeah, so what happened was a while ago we got on a rant about something or other or whatever, and I mentioned that in school, when I was supposed to turn in a first draft of a paper, I'd always get in trouble for turning in like one of the final drafts. And I said that I would turn in the first one that came out. And I actually had teachers tell me that I should major in English, like writing and whatever. And while I didn't, yeah. So people wanted to see how I write. And I agreed and I told them once I came up with the idea for a short story that fit the stream, I would do it on stream. Well, this is that short story, quotation marks around short story. Um, because it didn't end up being a short story. We're over 100 pages in. Um, I do create discovery writing, and it kind of has taken on a life of its own more than once. So, but people get to see the way, or people got to see the way I write, and they've enjoyed uh, they've told me, yeah, it's no longer a short story, it's a novel. But from what I hear, people are really enjoying the story, wanting to know what's happening, what's going to happen next, etc. And so, so Amy is the main character, which is what Jade's talking about, and she has partially taken over the channel. When I do art, generally it's to deal with something with the book, or I'm writing the book when I'm not playing Wizards Unite. So we have had requests for me to do cross stitch, but everyone prefers me to get the book written first. I get that, Jess. I'm assuming you're doing delivery. That's cool, crafting with Ray. I do need to sometime go read through and do some to help if you still want that. I hope my suggestions are helping you be able to edit even without my help. I know you. I understand you appreciate the help. Okay, I'm glad that was part of it. Is my feeling is I can help and I can be there and I don't mind that. But even better is if you can learn. If my help is helping you learn, so that it's easier yourself to do it. That sounds like such a girl, Jess. That's cool. Mind sharing what it was Jess didn't realize? Oh, okay, yeah. You do have to be careful. Make sure you're not using it in the same sentence. Remember, it has to be separate sentences. But like right here, we just, yeah, we do that frequently. As long as it's different sentences, you can do it. So for people wondering what we mean by that, sometimes past tense is crafting with Ray just said something or had already said that. So I can use that, but then say that right now I'm talking about. So it can be past tense can always be used even in the re, short past. It's still past, but it can have just happened. So that's something that sometimes can help, especially when you're talking about things. And when you're writing, it can make things flow smoother. Is it the living room? I keep forgetting, Jess and Orca. The room where you gather, other than the kitchen. Because here we have living rooms, we have family rooms. I can't remember what you guys call it. Okay. Just making sure. So Milkman, um, they are Jade and Jess Cross Stitch Joys both live in the UK, and where Amy's from the UK, I am trying to make sure the language I use is what they use in the UK versus what they use in the US. And we've talked we've I do this once in a while. In fact, Jade is going to be one of the first readers of this, so that I want her to read the whole thing through when we're done to make sure I have the appropriate language used at times. Oh, I totally get it, Milkman. I'm not complaining. I can see how that would come across. It's just I know here in the US we have a lot of different words. We have front room, playroom, living room, dining room, um, study. I could go on and on and on. Um, and many times some of these words are used for the very same room, whereas I found out early on writing this from Jess and Jade that they usually only use the living room or the dining room. And as just said, front room only works if it's at the front of the house in the UK. Here in the US, we'll call it the front room even if it's at the back of the house sometimes. So, okay, I'm not sure what happened right there. I know I probably missed something. I can't, I'm assuming someone subscribed. And if so, thank you. I wish there was a way I could type and see it, but I only have one computer. So you hosted. Okay. Thank you for hosting Crafting with Ray. Sounds good, Joy, Jess. So, if you look right here, you will see that once everything is written, my plan is to work on a sweater pattern. However, it would be crochet instead of knit. Okay. I have a suspicion about Charlie, and if we end up writing another book, that might change. Hi, Avery the Riot. How are you doing? I need to look something up. Maybe it won't be today. Sorry, I'm kind of crying just a little bit. That was tear jerking. Okay, yes, he's not at Hogwarts. Okay, I just had to make sure there wasn't something else I was missing. Sounds good, Miss Valentina. I know you've put in a lot. Hope we'll see if others donate. If not, I'll look at it and see where it's at and debate what we can do. If we can find somewhere that might be a little bit easier to order from and cheaper, or what we can do with that. Sounds good, Kid Casma. I don't think that's right. I think I need to pull up what the actual gene is. Sounds good, Milkman. Either he's just trying to keep it open or he's pocket typing again. I get it. I just laugh. Oh my word. I don't know why. Hopefully it'll let you tomorrow. Uh-oh. I may need to look at that. I didn't think I put a max limit. I may have per day. But the question is, yeah, we'll have to see. I'm gonna need to have that spelling checked later, but I was about to say, if you want to start streaming, maybe I'll raid you. I'm not sure how much longer I'm going to stay on, but I'm glad that you were able to take care of yourself, eat everything else. So, if you want to go for it, it's up to you. Okay, I will. I'm almost done with this paragraph, and I will raid you. Just waiting for Jess to go live. Okay, I'll do at least one more, or I'll work on one more paragraph, see if that gives you enough time. Okay, I'm gonna leave it there. Jess is live, um, and this isn't flowing anymore. So we will leave it there. I will see you tomorrow. I'm hoping to have found the pen, and we will do art. So let's raid. Come on. I also think my computer's starting to have issues, but from how long I've been live. So this is a good thing. So we will raid Jess, and I will see you tomorrow.